IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7.
小さい頃からやってきて変わらずにやっぱり楽しくて、その延長線上に目指していくものがあるって感じですね。夢である MotoGP のライダーになって結果を残したいっていうところに向かって今もレースしてるので、その夢は諦めずにこれからも頑張っていきたいです。
to the line. Always bearing in mind that in this class, any one of 15 riders is capable of winning. So it is racecraft in the very late stages of the race that determines the key positions. What the riders will be looking for now in these very early stages is are the grip levels of the track, because this is right next to the beach, so a lot of sand and dust gets blown over. So they'll be looking for the grip levels and finding the lines around. A lot of these riders haven't been here before. We're just looking there at John Emerson Inguito, shaking his head. So perhaps he's going to come in, and I think that's one of the wild cards we just saw on screen. In fact, it is. That's one to watch out for. Very distinctive number, 338, in big bold lettering on the front of the bike, and that is Arai Agasa Dibani Laksana, who is a local hero. He's just 14 years old, and the winner of the Underbone 150 under 20 years old PERTAMINA Enduro Mandalika Racing Series at this circuit. So he's one to watch out for. One of the fascinating things about this racing class, and one of the things that enthralls people all over the world about it, is that you've got some really experienced, strong riders, and occasionally young riders come in and show them absolutely no respect and beat them. Thinking of one of the more experienced riders there on your screen, the distinctive blue number 98. There you can see of Izzat Zaidi. Izzat Zaidi, always a championship contender, always a race win contender, riding this year for Cardinals. Let's just look at the timing screen so far. It's less than 10 minutes into the session, but let's have a check anyway. And it is one of the Indonesian riders, Wawan Wello, the number 38, who has recorded the fastest time so far by a significant margin, more than a second, 1:54.978. So let's put that down as a marker, 1:55, as a respectable time for these riders to be achieving in these early stages. Second behind him is Wayuaji Trilaksana. Wayuaji, the defending champion. He won the championship last season for 1XOX TKKR, and this season is entering with his own team that he races in the Indonesian series with. That's Racetech 60 Racing, 60 of course being his race number. So Wayuaji Trilaksana showing well, and second behind him, these times are really quite strung out at the moment, is Murabil Vitoni. Murabil Vitoni is coming really strong, one of the younger riders that's come through. He's currently lying second in the championship. Really good scoring from him this season. Only one podium, and that was a second at Sepang in round 2. But he scored 3 fourth places, a 5th, and has not been out of the points in any race out of the 6 that we've run so far. So Murabil Vitoni, we've known he's fast for since the beginning actually of 2022. This season he's turning that into results, so another one to watch out for. And that looks like another wild card on your screen there, number 293. Let's see if I can find information about number 293. Not at the moment, but I will get back to you on that, as we are in the early stages, of course. Number 222 went past there. That's Fahmi Bassam. Looking down the But let's take a look now at Arai Agaskar, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. 14-year-old local hero and winner of the Mandalika Racing Series under 20 years old. There he is, number 338, having a look around, getting his bearings. Another local rider there with him, Aldiaz Aksal Ismail, so I guess these guys are helping them, and I guess some of the regular riders behind them are taking a look to see which lines they're taking around this circuit. The circuit is just over 4.3 kilometers around. So number 69 there, Aldiaz Aksal, he looks like a tall rider, looking at the way his knees are sticking out there from the side of his machine. So good to watch these local riders. Yes, they're young, they're inexperienced in ARRC, but they know their way around this track. So 4.3 kilometers, 17 turns, that's 11 rights and 6 lefts. And as it's next to the beach, as you'd expect, there are no changes in gradient, but a really good layout that will make for some exciting racing. Stay there with the local riders. Looking at the top of the timing screens, Wamamuelo still at the top there. Gupita Krishna has come through strongly. Gupita having a good season, 2 times former champion, but hasn't shown so strongly in recent seasons. But this season is seeing something of a resurgence for the Indonesian 4S1M rider, and he's just 0.261 of a second off Wawan's best time. Wawan the best time so far. Dimas Juliat Moko a few tenths behind him, and Murabul Vitoni staying at the top or near the top, 0.6 of a second off the best time recorded so far. So there we are with Arai Agaskar and Aldiaz Aksal. And we've got a number 143 there. I don't think that's a regular number. A rider off on the side there. This is a 30-minute session. We're just over halfway through. And as I was saying, the important thing for these riders this time out is to assess the grip levels. The wind blowing off the Indian Ocean can also be a concern here, but I noticed on the way in, and while I was standing on the balcony for the introduction earlier, that there is very little wind so far today. Again, there's that 143 on the screen, and John Emerson Ngito going again at full racing speed, number 22, the Filipino rider. And there comes number 17, Hazik Farouz, and just ahead of him the number 43 on the purple and white machine was championship leader Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. And we've got one of the One for All bikes going through there. They've got a new rider for this round. Team One for All run out of Japan by the great Michi Wee, one of the greatest 125 two-stroke riders of all time, but the very close relationship with Thai riders. Michi Wee himself works as a rider coach for Yamaha Thailand. I'm just going to check, if I can, the latest entry lists for this class. And another rider coming up through the order then, as you might expect, for 1XOX TKKR, Afisa Rofa. We haven't seen the green machines of 1XOX TKKR on track yet, but they're clearly out there somewhere, because Afisa Rofa, already a race winner this season, is one of them. Got a little bit of haze here, but that's John Emerson Gito near the front of that group on the number 22. Just pulling together some updates here, and see the number 177 is jumping up the order now, so let's just check the numbers. No, we'll come back to that. Championship leader Nazrul Izzat having a cautious session so far, 1.5 seconds off the best time. And Team One for All are running 2 bikes this time. I'll bring you an update of the other rider. I think they're both Thai riders, but one we're very familiar with is Pirapong Peng. And there is championship leader in the middle of your screen there, the number 43, Nazrul Izzat. Followed by Haziq Farouz. Haziq Farouz, one of the fastest riders out here. Hasn't had a great run of luck this season. A couple of DNFs and getting caught up in a final corner incident has put him lower in the championship than you'd expect for a riser of his quality. He's scored 36 points so far. Nazrul leads the way as we come into this second half of the season with 91 points. There's Haziq and Nazrul running together for Uma Racing, Yamaha Maju Motor Asia team. There are in fact 2 Uma Racing teams, one from the Philippines, one from Malaysia. They share the same garage. And Fazrul Sham, number 11 in the top 10. I noticed he's been up near the top for a while. The young rider Arai is down in about 16th place at the moment. The rider running wide there, I think, was Nazrul, perhaps just giving himself some clear track space. Number 60 there is the defending champion, Waiwaji Trilaksana, going across the line now. Waiwaji goes fastest, 1:54.585 in. That puts him 0.4 of a second up on Wawanwelo. Wawanwelo we got to know as a wild card a few years back, but now he's in as a regular rider this season and making a good job of it too, sitting 4th in the championships with 3 podiums to his name, including a win in Sepang. This is a really interesting circuit, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how these underbones, perhaps in particular, make their way around it. The first section is quite technical. It's one of those series of bends that you have to get absolutely right to get a good lap time. Sectors 2 and 3 open out, and then sector 4 is where the drama and hopefully the magic will happen towards the end of the races. It's a very, very tight section that we'll be looking at later as we as we work our way through these sessions. 14 sessions in total today. And just looking at the top now, got more information on screen. So it is the 177 I wasn't sure about earlier is Aditya Fauzi. So another wild card. And there on your screen, they're really starting to go for it now with 7 minutes remaining. That's John Emerson Ngito, number 22. And the number 12 machine. Some number changes here, but the number 12 to be updated, and they were running with Arayagaska. So it's Aldiaz Axel also looking aggressive through those. He is currently, let's have a look down the order. A little bit of conflicting information, but he's currently in 22nd and clearly looking to pull his way higher up the timing screen. It's going to be very interesting to see that the riders that have such good familiarity with Mandalika, how they fare against the really high quality regular riders of the Asia Road Racing Championship Underbone 150 class. At the moment, the evidence is, looking at the top 6, it is 6 of the riders: Wayu Aji, Wawanwela, Gupita Krishna, Dimas Juliet Moko, Murabul Vitoni and Hafisa Rofa, who populate the top 6, all within 1 second of each other. And following them, the best of the wildcards so far in these very early stages. There you see them going through turn 2 and then banking left into turn 3. Part of this this challenging technical sector 1. Back on the start line now as another clutch of riders come through. That's the number 14 on the outside there. That is Pirapong Louis Bunpeng, one of, I think, 2 Thai riders in this class. No. Oh, Aditya has moved himself up. Aditya Fauzi, number 177, has moved himself up into P4 last time around. He's 0.8 of a second off the best time that is still held by defending champion Wayu Aji Trilaksana. I can see the 2 Team One for All bikes running together as well. The number 65 bike on your screen. Let's try and see who that is exactly. Also to be updated, but it's good to see so many Indonesian riders taking advantage of the opportunity to come in and race in this Underbone 150 class. There, 177, Aditya Fauzi, the best of the wildcard riders. You can see them just going off onto the rumble strips there. The rumble strips are pretty bumpy. As another load of riders go through sector 1. Riders crossing the line. Let's take a look at the timing screens. No significant changes that time around. Just under 3 minutes remaining now, so they should get another 2 laps in if they keep going at racing speed. So there you see them going through turn 1. Right-hander, and then another right-hander, turn 2, and then they flip left to turn 3. And now they are coming through turn 9, I think, into, that's turn 10. Sharp right-hander, there'll be another right-hander just ahead of that. This group led by Wawamuelo. And there is Shafiq Rasool on your screen there, on the green Yamaha for 1XOX TKKR. Race winner, first time out in round 1 this season. He won race 1, I think I'm right in saying. Yep. And there is Wawamuelo, number 38. And he's got, I think, Shafiq Rasool for company. Dicha Fauci keeping himself very much in the mix there as we reach the closing stages of this session. So these riders coming across the line will have one more flying lap. There's a minute left. So the checkered flag will come out just over halfway around this lap. They've just begun. So just take another look at the start of this lap. Two right-handers, the left that they're coming through now. And then two more right-handers. Three more right-handers, and then a long sweeping left. As the circuit opens out here, it gets really nice and quick. Nice and wide, especially for these smaller 150 machines. So, Waiwaji Trelaksana sits on top. Nobody has bettered that lap from 10 minutes or so ago. Wawamuelo still second, Gupita still third, and Adicha, the fastest of the wildcards, still fourth. Dennis Dimas, Juliet Moko, Murabul Vitoni, Lisa Rofa, Pirapong Luimbung Peng, ninth. Izam, and 10th Akira Ziz, number 13, a previous champion we haven't mentioned yet, although we do still have time. Akira Ziz running number 13. He spent last season in AP 250s and switched back to Underbones for this season. And there you see, checkered flag wave for the end of the session. So we'll wait to see that confirmed, but fastest rider is already over the line, Waiwaji. Nazrul Izzat, championship leader, just looking for some of the significant riders. Finished down in 12th on a 159.021. That compares to a 154.9 for Waiwaji. So a great start for his home race for the 2022 champion Waiwaji. And now you can see perhaps a little evidence of the wind blowing up. You see the camera just shaking a little bit there. As the first riders to have completed this session come back into the pits. You can see the newness here. I guess that will be green one day. But let's confirm those results. So it is defending champion Wahyu Aji Trilaksana, the Indonesian, for Racetech 60 Racing, 154.585. That's the time marker for Underbone 150s. 0.3 of a second behind him, Wawan Wello for Pitsbike JRT Tech. Gupita Krishna, 2 times former champion, in third. Aditya Fauzi, good performance from him, in fourth. Fifth, Dimas Juliet Moko. Fifth, Murabul Vitoni for LFNH Putra 969 Indonesia Racing Team. Seventh, Hafiz Arofa for 1XOX TKKR. And eighth, Pirapong Louis Boon Peng. Good outing for him for Team One for All Yamahas on that first screen. Let's take a look at the second. So ninth, Izam Ikmal for SEK Honda. There's the first Honda. Akid Aziz in 10th for Cardinals. Sharyl Shazras for Estremo UZ Honda in 11th. He did a 156.015. Nazrul Izzat in 12th. 13th, Ahmad Fazrul Sham. 14th, Izzat Saidi. 15th, Fahmi Bassam. 16th, Haziq Farouz. Quiet outing for him. 17th, Nguyen Antoine for Honda Racing Vietnam. 18th, the returning April King Moscado. We missed him in Suga where he was injured. 18th for him. Shafiq Rasol was 19th for 1XOX. 20th, Husni Zainul Faudzi. 21st, Gilang Akbar Roland. 22nd, the Filipino John Emerson Inguito for S1M. Giancarlo Maurizio for Uma Racing Philippines was 23rd. Araya Gasca for LFNH Putra, 24th. Rio Andrianto in 25th. 26th, Elam Effendi. 27th, Aldiaz Aksal. 28th, Haziq Hamdan. And 29th, for Team One for All, Pascon San Loang. Nice full field here, and everybody was out on track in that first session. 30th, Pacharagon. 31st, Warapot. 32nd, Norakim. And 33rd for Honda Racing Vietnam, and Nguyen Hu Tri. That's the end of the first practice session of the day for the Underbones. We're going to take a very short break and come back with you for the next session of the day, which will be the AP250s, and a lot to talk about in that Class 2. So stay with us. You're watching the free practice day, day 1 of round 4 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, live from Mandalika. Welcome back to Mandalika, everybody. This is the first free practice session of the day for the AP250 class. We've just seen the Underbones on track. Now it's the turn of the AP250s. Lots to talk about here as these riders find their way around. Some of them have been here racing in the Asia Talent Cup. Others are local riders who know their way around, but for many of them this is a first time to Mandalika. And the crucial thing, as I mentioned at the beginning of the Underbone session, the grip levels of this Mandalika circuit are quite uncertain early in the event. There hasn't been any motorcycle or car events that have really put a lot of rubber down recently. So when that happens, the dust and the sand blows in from the beach, which is just a few hundred meters away, and so they need to ascertain what the grip levels will be. This season the AP250s are running Dunlop slick tyres for the first time. Previously they were running hybrid road race tyres, but lots to talk about here. Looking at the championship tables, you would think that this is total dominance by Astra Honda, and in a sense I guess it is, but behind that is the fact that a lot of the races have been closely contested, and they've been pushed by different riders like Honda Racing Thailand's Mukhladar Sarapurch, like her teammate Jakrapat Putisan, I beg his pardon, and also by Aiki Iyoshi and Irfan Ardiancia of Motor Sniper Manutech on those very rapid Kawasaki's. And here are a couple of interesting wild cards on your screen there. 306, Felix Putra Mulya in as a wild card, and right next to him as a wild card, but a very welcome return to the ARRC, to Ray Ratakore, number 222. Ray Ratakore, long known as a Yamaha rider, and one of the Yamaha riders that is always most likely to cause an upset. So here he is, representing his home country at Mandalika. So depending on the setup of the bike and the resources of his team, it looks like a team that he's put together himself. It is in fact called Ray Racing Speed 222. So nice and easy to remember. He's chasing there the Thai rider, and probably championship contender as this second half of the season unfolds, Mukhladar Sarapurch. There she is with the yellow number 44, Ray Ratakore, and Felix Putra right behind her. Reza Danica tops the championship. He's been the most supremely consistent of the three Astra Honda riders. So those at the top of the championship are Reza Danica. He's on 122 points. Vida Ega Pratama is in second on 100 points, and 1 point behind him is Herjan Atna Firdaus. Herjan is here. Vida Ega is not here this weekend. He's been replaced for this race by yet another promising Indonesian young talent, and one that followers of ARRC for a few years will be as excited as I am to see back on track. Kiandra Ramadipa. He's I can hardly believe it, he's still just 14 years old. In round 2 last year we saw him at Sepang, where he finished in an emotional second place in in the Underbone 150 race 2. So great to see this this brilliant young rider back as a wild card, and we hope to see more of him as his career develops. There's Mukhladar again on that distinctive number 44. She's got a wild card behind her. Let's take okay, so that's Felix Putra just behind her. This circuit, with its mix of technical sections and open flowing corners, should suit Mukladar. Been busy recently. Last weekend she won a 600 race at the Buriram International Circuit series. So she races Supersport as well as AP250s. She raced 600s in the All Japan Series last year as well, doing very respectably. But it really is in this 250 class where she can make a mark as a reliable and exciting front runner. There's always excitement when Mukladar is on track, and for very good reason, as I'm sure you'll see this weekend. And if you're a regular follower of this series, then you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. She's taking a look now at Felix Putra, perhaps seeing what he knows about lines here. The number 306. She's seen enough by the look of it, and she's going to make her own way around this 4.3 challenging circuit by the seaside, in fact by the Indian Ocean. Surfboards abound in the village just a few kilometers away where we're staying. Mukladar having a reasonably gentle introduction to this session. Currently 10th. Fastest, without too much surprise, is Herjan Atna Firdaus. He's a really confident young rider. It's a really interesting team, Astra Honda. We've said it before, but in this respect, we have, of course, the master Reza Danica, who is undoubtedly favourite for the title this year. But Herjan Atna came in as in his first season last year. Looked promising all the way through, and at the end of the season, started to pick up wins and regular podiums, and this season really has been stronger again. 2 wins and second place so far for him. It's only one DNF that has compromised his chances. In fact, apart from that DNF, which was in race 2 at Buriram in round 1, he's only been off the podium once. So Herjan Atna is looking good for the top of the podium this weekend, I suggest. Because of the early lead that his teammate Reza Danica took in the championship, Reza Danica is running with a rev cut of 500 RPM off the top. So slight in-house advantage there for Herjan. That could just make the difference between P1 and P2 for him. But what can the other riders here do? Coming through there is the Irfan Haikal, the Malaysian for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda Racing. Number 41, he's running with his teammate Idlan Hakimi. There they are. And it is Herjan Atna who tops the timing screens from Reza Danica. They raced here just 2 weeks ago in the Mandalika GP series. So track familiarity is definitely going to be an early advantage. And that's the hand up there from the number 17. That's Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing India. 2 new riders in for Honda Racing India. this year. That's Mohsin Paramban. The other one, Kevin Samakinto, with whom we spoke yesterday. Both riders have been racing here before in the Asia Talent Cup. There is Muqtada circulating there with Kiandra Ramadipat, the 14-year-old. So she's going to take a look at him, or is she? No, maybe she's just going to rough him up a little bit. Let's see. But the number 212, that is the young talent being given a chance for this weekend by Astra Honda. And Vida Egger, in his rookie year, who has stepped aside for the young rider here, Ramadipat. Probably will be missing the on-track action, but because he's in his first race and because he has been so absolutely brilliant this season, with, let me see, second, 2/3, 3/3 and a win. So Vida Egger, that's a hell of a start to his rookie season. Yes, this will damage his championship, but I think and I suspect that the plan for Astra Honda is that he will be back and running in this series next year, perhaps with Ramadipat running wide there to let Muqtada through. She's trundling at the moment as she went in there into turn 2. Looking there at Honda Racing India team. Through the gauze there, so we can't really see what's going on, but we're just over halfway through the session and a couple of riders coming in, including Felix Putra. Good early session from him to place himself 6th, albeit almost 2 seconds off the fastest time of Hergen. And there on screen the very distinctive fuchsia pink I'll venture and white East NJT racing machines of Tuptimon and Watcherin. Tuptimon number 25, Watcherin number 94. Both really tall riders, these two, and making themselves nice and compact on these CBR 250 RRs. We saw the East NJT team enter last season with riders featuring in 600, but just 1 or 2 riders at a time. This year they're back. They've got riders in Superbike as well as 3 riders in the AP 250 class. The other one we haven't seen yet, but it's Li Ruyun from Taiwan, sorry, I should say Chinese Taipei. And I think that's Irfan just trundling out of the pit lane. That's Irfan coming out now for Motor Sniper Manual Tech on the Kawasaki. Irfan has dropped down from 600s last season to 250s. He was always a close contender for wins, for championships in AP 250s. It's good to have him back. He's been he's a fairly feisty rider. 1 or 2 disciplinary problems in the past, but he really gets amongst it and brings some sparks to this class. And there is Cao Vietnam, really high quality rider. Cao Vietnam, as his name says, that's where he comes from, riding for Honda Vietnam. His best time 150.094. So that puts him in 7th. I don't know absolutely for sure, but I believe that Cao Vietnam has raced here in the Asia Talent Cup. He scored podiums there. The bike he's running, that CBR 250RR, is one of the 2023 models, so latest spec. And he's had a pretty good season so far, currently 8th in the championship. Best result of 4th in round 1 at Buriram in race 2. So really good rider, good consistent finishing. Yeah, point scoring in every race. He's currently on 45 points. There he is, opportunity for helmet sponsors. There you go, right there on your screen. Media friendly young rider he is as well, and becoming something of an icon for other young Vietnamese racers. They don't have any racing circuits to practice on in Vietnam, but they have a good turnout here. They've got 2 riders in Underbone 150s, and of course Cal Vietnam here on track in the AP 250 class. And let's have another look here at Irfan Ardiancia on the Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Have to say, in terms of power, there seems little to choose between the Kawasaki's and the Hondas. And this team have got 2 very strong riders in the shape of this one, Irfan, and also Aiki Iyoshi. Irfan currently in 7th place in the championship, 48 points, so just above Cal Vietnam we were discussing earlier. You can see some hills there, just providing a little bit of shelter from the sun and the wind here. As we go back with Irfan, 150.6. The Thai Hondas of Tanat Long Pliao and Mukladar have jumped up the order. They are in 3rd and 4th place, both within a second of Herjan's best time, which is a 147.8. And Kiandra, the 14-year-old Astra Honda replacement rider, is in 5th, 1.5 seconds off the top. Irfan just behind him. And Ray Ratakori, the returning Ray Ratakori, in 7th. Felix Putra, his teammate for Ray Racing 222, is in 8th. Aldi Satya Mahendra, another young rider from a few years ago who exploded onto the scene with a podium finish in the wet at Suzuka, has now grown by about 1.5 feet and is oh, lovely shot there of the Indian Ocean, lapping onto the beach. It can get windy here, and most of the riders I've spoken to have expressed some concern about the effect of wind gusting in off the sea, but this will be the same for everyone. Cal Vietnam goes through, followed by Irfan Ardiancia, the former Astra Honda rider, but now gelling very well with this Motul Sniper Manual Tech team, and very well with the Kawasaki 250. He's just gone around turn 16. That's a spoon-shaped corner, and then through a very tight left-hander. You can see those riders going through and onto the main straight. There he goes across the line. He lifts himself up. He's just 1 second off the best time of Herjan now. So he's got the best time of 1:48.8. Let's just try and pick out the riders we've got here. Number 22 going through there. Number 22 is 22 machine is from Honda Racing India. Let me just confirm that. And there is Herjan Atner, the number 46. And we just saw there the two East NJT machines going through there. They're coming up towards the top 10. Warwick currently 10th. Albeit 2 seconds off the lead. There is Herjan. Very much the on-form rider for Astra Honda. And here's an on-form rider and another youngster coming through the system of Honda Racing Thailand, Tanat Longpliao. Tanat currently 4th, 0.7 off the best time of Herjan, and just behind his illustrious teammate Mukladar Saraput, who is currently 3rd. So it's Herjan, Reza, Mukladar, Tanat, Irfan Ardiansia, I beg your pardon, now in 5th, Kiandra in 6th, and Ferozi Torakatullah, the best of the Yamaha riders so far, as he often is, the number 36, 1.7 off the top. Very closely, like a few hundredths of a second behind him, is another Yamaha of Ray Ratakore. As well as the Indonesian fans, the ARRC fans will also be rooting for Ray Ratakore. Felix Putra, his teammate, a couple of tenths behind him in 9th. Aldi Secha on Yamaha as well, just dropped. Just been dropped by Wahyu Nugroho, so the Indonesian Yamaha's coming good. Wahyu Nugroho has jumped into 10th place. There is Tanat, so coming across to complete another lap. Just 3 minutes remaining in this session. So another couple of laps, and my maths isn't very good, but they might make 3 if he goes really fast. They've got Herjan being followed there by... Let's just have another look. It's one of the Boonsue machines. They come across the line. No improvement for Herjan, but he sits with a cushion of almost 0.3 of a second at the top in this, the first session of the day. So we've got mixed of Hondas and Yamahas on the screen, the red and the blue, very easy to pick out, as is this rider, number 46. The number 46 of Herjan Atner. Running wide there, I think that might have been Mukladar. And Islan Hakimi somewhere as well, I think I just saw him run wide. Irfan Ardiansia has made his way up into 3rd. He's displaced Mukladar. So it's Honda, Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, Honda, Yamaha, Yamaha. So pretty good mix as we go through here. There's just under 2 seconds covering the top 10, so that's reasonably tightly packed for this first session of the day. There goes Herjan. This will be his last flying lap. There's less than a minute now until the checkered flag comes out to end this session. So 1:47 is the marker, and you might just want to keep that in mind, because later when we get to the TVS Asia 1 make, it'll be good to watch what their times are, because the TVS Apache RR310s have been running very close to the times of the AP250s, and in some cases, including Sepang and including Sugo, ran faster than they did. Different engine configuration, of course, singles versus twins, difference in capacity. There is Ferozi Torakatula, often the fastest of the Yamahas, although not on this occasion. That honour currently goes to Aldi Satya Mahendra. Aldi Satya injured earlier this season, but good to see him back. And there he is, the number 57. There is Ferozi Torakatula, cruising round on this last lap. And looks like Mukhladar not far behind him, so into the pits for him. A lot of these riders will have seen enough. Mukhladar takes the checkered flag for the last time. Looks like she will end up fourth. That's to be confirmed in a few minutes. And Irfan Ardiancia comes across the line. Looks like a top three in this first session of the day for Irfan Ardiancia. Aiki Iyoshi, his teammate, well down the order in 20th. But it's unlikely that that he'll stay down. Perhaps this was a fact-finding, or he had one or two problems. See the remaining riders complete their session. They'll cruise around. Pit entrance is just on the exit to the penultimate turn, turn 16. That spoon-shaped corner, and let's just enjoy the view while we wait for the results to come up. Isn't that fabulous? There is the Indian Ocean, and here we are, just a few hundred meters away on a racetrack. So there it is, confirmed. Reza Danica RNC sat at the top for most of that session. Mark that time, 147.734. Next best, his teammate Herjanatna Firdaus. Third, Irfan Ardiancia for Motul Sniper Manual Tech. Mukhladar for Honda Racing Thailand was fourth, just ahead of her teammate Tanat Long Pliao. Aldi Satya Mahendra, fastest Yamaha, in seventh. Ray Ratakuri, welcome back Ray, in a really good seventh position, 149.28 for him. And Kiandra Ramadipa, the replacement rider for Peter Egger, in eighth. Ninth, Ferozi Torakatula. 10th, Alif and Adamsia. Felix Putra Mulya for Ray Racing Speed 222. Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing India in 12th. 13th, Idlan Hakimi for IDEMITSU Bunsu Honda. Cal Vietnam finished 14th. And 15th, Waret Tongnopakun for East NJT Racing. His teammate, Wacharin Tuptimon, was next best in 16th. Gyatisak Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand. New rider in there was 17th. 18th, Kevin Samarkinto on a 150.4 for Honda Racing India. Irfan Haikal for Bunsu Honda, 19th. 20th, Aiki Iyoshi, Motul Sniper Manual Tech. Ni Tian, the Chinese rider, for Victor Racing, 21st. 22nd, Nguyen Duc Tan for Honda Racing Vietnam. 23rd, Chihiro Ishii for SDG MS Hark Pro Honda. Leong Nangzi for Victor Racing, the Hong Kong rider, in 24th. Liu Chun Mei for Motul Sniper Manual Tech in 25th. 26th, Mohsin Paramban, Honda Racing India. And 27th, Panchapol Jurundikun for East NJT. So take another look at the deep blue Indian Ocean. We'll be back. We'll be back at very soon. Let me give you the exact time. We'll be back at 9:20. So in about 6 minutes' time. And before that, we're going to go down to Nasha in pit lane.
Here with Reza Danica. So you are the fastest one in practice one in AP250. So can you tell us about your practice one?
Yeah, for sure it's the good start for the weekend. We have good potential in Mandalika also. I understand the track for the weekend. Maybe will be a battle with
So here with Reza. Reza, so you are the fastest one. Could you tell us a little bit about your practice one?
Yeah, it's a good start for me for the weekend in the Mandalika. Quite good my feeling in this morning, but I will keep my motivation for next session also for this weekend.
How many times you racing here in Mandalika?
We have 2 times in the Mandalika Racing Series National in the round 1 and the
Kita akan bersama dengan pelumba seterusnya. And last year kamu tamatkan di tempat ketujuh keseluruhan kan?
Ya.
Jadi bagaimana perasaan kamu kembali semula ke ARRC?
Perasaannya sangat-sangat senang bisa kembali wildcard di seri 4 Mandalika di home race. Sangat senang bisa kembali. Saya bisa top 5 dan bisa ambil podium di seri 4 ini.
Terima kasih Ray, dan kita bersama dengan seorang lagi. Kamu beraksi di ARRC sebagai pelumba wildcard. Bisa ceritakan kepada kami apa perasaan kamu untuk beraksi di pentas Asia?
Ya, perasaannya pasti senang banget karena bisa ikut event Asia Road.
Tempat yang ke-10 kan, boleh kamu ceritakan sedikit?
Tadi di praktis pertama saya masih adaptasi sama ban baru karena saya baru pertama kali menggunakan ban slick ini. Mar balap Indonesia, jangan lupa saksikan balap yang sangat seru di Mandalika Lombok dan jangan lupa beli tiketnya di themandalikagp.com.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, and it was good to see the interview there with the two we know very well. But I was struck by just how happy those two riders looked, and we know this weekend. And talking about shaking up the order, here we are looking at an incredibly competitive class and an incredible quality field we'll be looking at and talking about. Second half of the season is that Karel Idampawi for Bunsu Honda has really been the reigning supreme so far, undoubtedly the rider to beat. He scored points in every round, although he had 3 wins and 2 second places and only been off the podium once. That gives him 118 points and a 27-point advantage over Kito Abe. It's Helmi Asman, but there is Karel Idampawi, Kip, as we generally know him, and there is Helmi Asman. Helmi came very, very close to winning the Supersport 600 championship. He's currently 4th in the championship. Behind Karel Idampawi, there is a group of riders separated by just 4th, 188. So this is very tightly contested. However, the riders chasing him, named Mamoto for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, what they know is that just scoring podiums is not going to be enough to well, both those riders I just mentioned, Helmi and Nakarin, have either said that officially or unofficially, but that's they know they have a job to do now. Anua we haven't seen yet on track, but no doubt we soon will. But a great friendship between all those riders, and also a healthy rivalry. And I do mean help. They cooperate well, they compete fiercely but cleanly. 3 really magnificent riders on these Dunlop slicks that they are running. And again, that nice high. He liked about the circuit was the view. I said, what, while you're racing? He said, yes. I said, well, you're a cool cat. First time for many of these riders, especially in the bigger engined machines. And then the opening minutes of this session, we've just about 7 minutes gone. It is a cautious couple of laps and a look around, but it's his teammate, Azroy Anouar, who is currently sitting at the top 18 Supersport 600 champion. Has struggled a bit this season, although I do believe that they have a replacement, or at least a rate to see that number, but that is Ibrahim Noureddin, the Malaysian, running for the rest of the season, in as a replacement for Afif Amran in this class contention, but he should hopefully be in podium contention. Season for him as something of a comeback in 2022. He never quite did what we knew he was capable of. This year he explored ramp as we began the season, and another P2 and a P1 at Sepang, and a win in big red numbers on a white background on a dark blue bike. Ibrahim Noureddin already put himself into, we'll talk about him a little bit when he appears on our screen, but Ibrahim Noureddin, we missed him. He is right up there with the with the quality of Abe, Helmi, Azroy, depth in this field. And you can put your hand on your heart and say there is really go through there with Soichiro Minamoto. Soichiro sitting 5th in the championship in that closely packed group of riders chasing. There goes Ibrahim. He knows what the top of a Supersport podium looks like, what he can do against the might of the Bunsu Hondas, and of course the other one belonging to Panasonic Kawasaki T. Well, Panasonic some way off this season, the top, and Adinata Putra just moves to the top in a nice demonstration of how that Astra Honda talent system works. Both these riders told me yesterday, it looks like Nakarin ran wide there. Several corners to regain your composure. So this will favour, this circuit certainly favours riders who are a little bit more precise. Helmi and Nakarin are both riders. I think completed in 2021. So the last time ARRC were in Indonesia, which was in 2018. Incredible just how quickly it's come through and become established as an international venue. It does, of course, host both World Superbike and MotoGP. Very tight last turn, turn 17. And that is Kito Abe, who's taken a tumble into the gravel. I was just about to mention how beautifully kept these gravel traps are. I had a run around the circuit. The condition and the training of the marshals there, as you can see them lift that bike with the straps out of the gravel pit. Everything being done of the board here. Here is the Thai Honda of Panasonic Kawasaki T. Changed his name this year from Kritchapon to Panasonic on this technical demanding track. 4.3 kilometers, 17 turns, a lot on the right. There's former champion Ratapong Willarot on the Thai Yamaha, going around turn 16, long spoon of a corner. Oh, I beg your pardon, that was a different corner. Like a lot of people here, I'm trying to get my bearings at Mandalika. And that, I believe, is turn 3. The first sector here is one of those where you have to really get your entries and exits to the turns exactly right in order to put a good lap together. There's Ratapong. Currently sitting 4th, just under 3/10 of a second off the best time of Azroy, so a good start for him, capable of. Carl Idampawi marches back out of the garage after an extended break. He did just a few laps right at the start of the session. We're over halfway through now, with 13.5 minutes remaining. So he makes his way out. His teammates stop later, but won't be too far behind him. About a third of the riders currently in the pits. Kito Abe, as we saw, has just crashed, so he won't be circulating right at the moment. Okay, so a little bit of a break for Azroy. Helmet off, drink, looking nice and relaxed, sitting at the top. He hasn't had a good run of luck this season, Azroy, unfortunately for him. He's had 3 DNFs, which in no way reflects the quality of this rider. He is absolutely superb. One of the best we've seen in this class. He scored a win in race 1 at Sepang. back in May. Here is Nakarina Tirapuvapat, former Moto3 rider, as indeed is Carolyn Powie. And there is Kito Abe back in the pits. I'm not sure what sort of condition his bike is in. Took his first win in the ARRC in Sugo in race 1. Scored a very decent second place to Carolyn Powie in race 2. As we go back with Nakarin, currently sitting just under 3/10 off the fastest time in P5. He's really determined. Always looks fit, but I just got the impression yesterday he looks a little bit leaner and fitter and a little bit more edgy as he comes into the second half of this ARRC season. And he has chalked up a win this season, which has served to raise his game and his confidence. That was at his home circuit. It would be fantastic for him to do it in Indonesia when there is so much strong local competition. Break time for Nakarin 2. That pit entry is just as you come out of the penultimate turn, turn 16. That long hairpin, which is one of my colleagues today on the way in described it as a spoon. It's like a miniature version of that famous corner at Suzuka Racing Circuit. And there is the 2022 AP250 champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli, coming out on track. In the first session, he first outing of this session anyway. He was 2 seconds off the best time. There is Nakarin, looking for somebody. All right, so he's going to talk to the Öhlins technician. Öhlins ever present here for several teams. Honda Racing Thailand among them, Yamaha Gen Blue Racing another one, but always with a full top-level team of technicians to support. And that's Fadila Abi Aditama, the number 93 we just saw on the blue Yamaha. Let's see what we can discern about him. His best time so far, 1:42.311, so more than 2 seconds off the best. And number 49, Rei Matsuka, just taking a little excursion. You can see that this track was, that's a good shot of it, was made really for MotoGP. If you look at the runoff area, where you can run off onto the asphalt and then the gravel beyond it. Adananta Putra taking a break, perhaps going through in his mind what he's just been looking at, what he's been feeling, what the grip levels are on this beachside circuit, as we come back with formerly session leader Azroy, but he's just been surpassed by Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Soichiro Minamoto. But there we have Azroy just at the front. That's Helmi Asman's bike, the number 32 we're looking at there. There is Azroy, number 20. Helmi behind him. And Ratapong comes out after a stop with 8 minutes remaining on the clock before the checkered flag is shown. Ibrahim Noureddin, we were talking about earlier, the welcome returner to this class, this time riding for Yamaha Racing Indonesia in 4th. Gap between the fastest 9 is under a second. Panasonic in 9th is 0.985 slower than Soichiro Minamoto. There go two great friends from the Boonsu Honda garage, Azroy and Helmi. Helmi taking a wider line there into turn 16. I'm guessing these 600s will be negotiating that in second gear and then blasting out, going up to 6 before braking for the pretty tight turn 1. Let's have a look at it now as they go around. It's sharper than 90 degrees. And then they have to get into another right-hander. And then they hit the first of the 6 left-handers on this Mandalika circuit. And this tight, challenging Sector 1. And you just saw them flip left through turn 6. And the circuit really opens out at this point. Braking now for turn 10. I think we can see, we can expect to see some good overtaking at that mid-lap point, turn 10. Nakarin back out there, number 41, Honda Racing Thailand. Azroy, Helmi just gone fastest, under 140, 139.9, first rider in this class under, well, the first rider in any class so far today, under 140. Azroy just jumps ahead of him slightly by a few hundredths of a second, 139.916. So those two Boonsu Hondas running out of Malaysia, of course. P1 and P2 in FP1. So Chiro Minamoto, 140.1, is currently third. And there is Galangendra Pratama, and another Indonesian rider, Yamaha mounted rider. Fantastic international record. Another of the riders who's been a little frustrating in not having put together a really good race yet in ARRC. We know what he's capable of. He's home this weekend, so let's keep our fingers crossed for him. Back with Ibrahim Noureddin. Chased by Karel Idampawi. These two know each other pretty much like brothers. Ibrahim clearly delighted to be back in ARRC. And we're delighted to have yet another ultra competitive rider. As you saw Karel Idampawi run wide there. And that will allow Ibrahim Noureddin to put some clear air between him and Kip after that mistake, because it will take several corners for Kip to unwind that error. And see Ibrahim pushing hard here. Best time so far, 140.434. Kip's best time, 140.8. He did take that extended break mid-session. Just 3 minutes remaining now in FP1 for the ARRC Supersport 600s. And Ibrahim, last lap. No improvement, and he runs off. Just on the exit to turn 1. Kip carries on, round turn 2 into turn 3. He Really tight turn 3, as you can see, that left-hander, and then right again into turn 4. Another right turn 5. And you just saw him tip into turn 8, the left-hander, as he goes out into this fast-flowing section. Hard on the brakes for turn 10. Another sharp right-hander. Gets the bike upright. Over again for another right-hander, turn 11. And then he will need to bank it over to the left for turn 12. Sprint up to turn 13, another left. Back over again for a long sweeping right that will take him up towards turn 16. There he goes. Long turn 16. Goes right out to the edge, mid-corner, swoops back in for a late apex, banks it over to the left for the final turn. Also very sharp corner, and then another lap. He'll get one more flying lap in. That last lap was 141.7. Ibrahim, I think, has come into the pits. Got a good outing for him. And here is Xia Juntong riding for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. The Chinese rider, great to see a Chinese rider in this class making his way. He's put himself into the cauldron of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championships Supersport 600 in order to hone his craft as a rider in China. Despite the vastness of China, they have only one racetrack and very little competition, so mostly they do track days at Zhuhai. And stay tuned for that, because we will be at Zhuhai in November, beginning first weekend in November. So Xia Juntong, best time so far, just off the screen here. I can't tell you, but he is 14th currently, so on about a 1:43. There we go, 1:43.4. Quite a challenge for this Chinese rider to show up here on a 600 and make it work, but a very decent job for him so far. And as you can see, the waving checkered flags mean that's the end of this first free practice session for Supersport 600s. And it looks very much like Azroy Hakim Anwar will top this session, and we'll see perhaps if we can have a chat with him by the time he's finished and got his breath back. But just hearing we've had a crash somewhere out on the circuit. I'm just wondering if that might have been Xia Juntong. Let's wait and see as most of these riders complete their session. Safety at this circuit very much built in, and look at that, beautiful. And so is that performance by Azroy Hakim Anwar for Burnsu Honda Racing. Best time 1:39.735. Joining him in the 1:39s was his teammate Helmi Asman, Soichiro Minamoto. The best of the Yamahas for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing, 1:40.1. Next to him, Astra Honda's Adananta Putra. Great session from him, and a good session and a good welcome back for Ibrahim Noureddin in 5th. 6th was Ratapong Willarot, 1:40.467. these times very tight, as you can see. Nakarina Tirapuvapat, a few hundredths behind him. In set 7th, 8th, Panason Kausonti, his teammate. Kito Abe, who crashed mid-session, ended up 9th, but still on a 40.761. Karol Idampawi, a bit of a quiet session by his standards, 10th. 11th, Andy Mohammed Fadli. 12th, Fadila Abi Aditama. 13th, Galang Hendra. 14th, Shah Jun Tong. And 15th, Ray Matsuoka. Another wild card for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. I think that brings us to the end of the timing screen. So interesting, tightly contested session. Let's bring that sea view, that ocean view, back into the foreground. We're going to take a very short break because we will be back with the TVS Asia One Make Championship, first session of the day for them. 10 o'clock local time, which is in 6 minutes from now. So we're going to go down to Nasha in pit lane.
Okay, Azroy, first time right in Mandalika, right? But managed to get fastest time during practice one just now. How do you feel with the bike? Which area of the track is most difficult?
Yeah, actually this is very first time I'm in the Mandalika skirt, and also everyone. But my feeling in the first beginning very good, and also at my home I always play MotoGP in PlayStation, so I know this track a little bit. And yeah, this session going very well. So perhaps another session tomorrow, today, and also in the race weekend goes well for me.
Which area of the track is most difficult?
Sorry?
Which area of the track is most difficult? Is tricky, maybe a tricky part?
For me, tricky part is coming to the second last corner. The braking point I cannot see, and also very blind corner. In the session, I just brake with my feeling confident. So perhaps for next practice, my feeling and also on the bike coming good. So wish me luck.
Thank you, Azroy. Hi Ibrahim, welcome back to ARRC. How do you feel coming back here?
It's a great thing I'm coming back. I can ride with Yamaha again, and yeah, of course this is a new track for everyone. So new feel. Despite this track was too much rolling, but it's also fun with the Indonesia coming back since 2018, right? So yeah, it's a long weekend. It's a long year. It's been 1 year I'm not riding in ARC, but it's good coming back. So hopefully I will do well.
So you will join until finish of the season. So what will be your target?
My target is always same. It's for winning. for target for the championship is not possible because of it's middle of the race, right? So I just focus on riding. So hopefully for the next year it will much better for me if I got the opportunity for ARC.
The last one, okay. Which area of the track is most difficult?
Which area? I can tell for the first sector was the hardest one because I don't know, because this is our first impression for this track, first exit, and it's feel like it's rolling and much faster on this track. It's don't much hard braking on this track, but it's fun for me. I like this track because I like the rolling corner more better, and also yeah, we try our best. Hopefully everything will be good.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Welcome back.
And it's back to the track for the first free practice session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. And while those riders make their way out for their outlap, just referred to a couple of really good interviews there that Nasha did with Azroy and with Ibrahim. What was particularly interesting was what they were saying about the challenges on this track. Azroy said that, commented about how difficult the approach to turn 16 was, because you can't see the braking marker, and if you've got a track map in front of you, you'll see what I mean. It's a long right-hander that just keeps tightening and tightening and tightening, a trail braking for a long time. So he highlighted that as a difficult section, and Ibrahim went to the first sector, and I can see what both of them mean. The first sector is a really technical series of corners. You have to get everyone, the entry and exit to everyone right if you're going to get a good lap time. It is really challenging. Sectors 2 and 3, the circuit really opens out. Excuse me. So that's a place where the riders can really let it fly. So there you heard it from my from the little run I had around the track yesterday. I certainly agree with the points made by both Ibrahim and Azroy in those interviews. Back to the TVS Asia. Talking points here are that the defending champion, we did have the first season for this series in 2022, and the series was won by, the championship was won by Vorapong Malahuan, who helped to develop the series and has led the project and still does. He led the way and won the 2022 championship convincingly. He's leading the points table now, but just by a single point from Muzakir Mohammed, and there are some riders closely packed behind him. Local rider Dekitiano Aldi in his second season in the class on 88, so just 5 points behind Vorapong. And Ramdan Rosley, who had a couple of DNFs in the first round, but he's coming really strong too. He's on 86 points. So very interesting championship position here. And we have one of the great things about One Make Championships, just to take a step back for a moment in ARRC. We've had a lot of one-make championships over the years, including the Honda Asia Dream Cup, including the Suzuki Asia Challenge. What these championships do is they give the opportunity for riders from countries where racing isn't perhaps as big as it is in Indonesia or Thailand or Japan. It gives riders from the other countries a chance to come in and compete at the top level. And in this round, really interesting entry. We'll have a look when he comes onto your screen at some point. Number 18, Rusman Fadil, is coming in as a wild card from Papua. And he's currently competing in the expert class of the Road Race 1 Prix this season. 32 years old, so he's one of several riders, several senior riders in this class, and that has been in large part what has opened up the championship, is that we have got exciting young riders like Taiyo Sato, like Fugo Tanaka, and we've got some really experienced riders like Ramdan Rosli, like Muzakir Mohammed, like Piawat Patumios, the Thai, who we know well for their quality, who have really got close to Warapong himself, one of the experienced ones, of course, and giving him a really good run for his money. Warapong scored a double win at round 1 at Buriram, his home round, but since then has been on the podium just once in the 4 races since then. He scored his best result last time out at Tsuga was 13th. Oh, and there's some wildlife on the track, digging for gold maybe, or digging for gravel possibly. That gravel trap, it's often referred to as the kitty litter by commentators, and he's taking this. That little cat is taking it literally. So hopefully nobody will slide off on that exact spot during this weekend. But these Apache RR310s, beautifully turned out machines. The riders really enjoy them, powered by BMW single-cylinder 310 engines, and it's been interesting this season to watch how close they get to the times of the AP250s. You can see just how technical this circuit is. We've seen a lot of riders running off in these opening stages. So it is going to take a while. I'm guessing a few of them have been here with the Asia Talent Cup. Let's pick out a few riders here who were showing early. Ramdan Rosli, very much the form rider in this class, riding with the number 10. There's 14. That's Darren Pobb, the Thai rider. But Ramdan Rosli is fastest from Deki Tiano Aldi. Deki, definitely one of the most exciting young riders, second season in this class, and he's got a certain impudence about him. He's never felt as though he had to give way to last year Warapong. He competed really hard with Warapong, no quarter given whatsoever, no matter how much he might respect him off the track. On track, it was an all-out battle. So Deki Tiano Aldi, the Indonesian, don't rule out a race win for him this weekend. There goes Deki Tiano, Ramdan Rosli, the number 10. Darren Pobb behind him. Ramdan 149.574. We interviewed Ramdan Rosley yesterday. He seemed very cool, collected, confident, and looking forward to the challenge. And you can see the experience of this rider. He looks very much as though he's already got to know this circuit well. Some riders are able to do this better than others. It seems that Ramdan is one of those. Another rider running way off wide just behind him. And that section there. Just see, we'll stay with Ramdan for a while, and why not? He's getting around there better than almost anybody except Deki Tiano Aldi. And saying that, Ramdan Rosley took a trundle over the runoff area. Perhaps to just get his head up and take a look around. Get his bearings. That was around about turn 9, I think. Perhaps a problem there for Ramdan because he crossed the line, but is still going slowly. And there is Tayo Sato, number 12. He was, sadly for him, he took a knock and I think fractured his left wrist in Sugo, so we didn't see anything of him there, but he scored his first podium memorably in Buriram in round 1 this season. Speaks good English too. As they make their way through the first sector. There goes Tayo Sato. Best time so far, 1:53.8, so 2.5 seconds approximately as the run-off wide again. Well, this is the time to do it. Free practice 1. You find your way around. That's Darren Pobb, number 14. Darren Pobb has looked fast on occasion, but not really put a whole really convincing race together. That's what this series is all about. It's about developing talent, and there is the talented young Tayo Sato. Running inside Darren Pobb as they find their way round that turn 16. Turn 16 going to be absolutely crucial in the final stages of any race that is tightly contested. Darren Pobb getting a tow from Tayo. Starting to look, starting to take shape here, and looking quite interesting. Deki remains at the top. Ramdan Rosley remains second. Up into third is Hiroki Ono, race winner at Sugo, last time out as a wild card. Welcome back to him. And Rusman Fadil performing really well in P5. So let's stay with him. He's earning some screen time for sure. Rusman Fadil from Papua. That's a first, I do believe, for the series to have a rider from Papua in the Asia Road Racing Championship. So Rusman Fadil races in the 1 Prix series, the Underbone class in Indonesia. 32 years old. Let's see how well he knows Mandalika. Seems he knows it pretty well. Best time for him of 1:50.343. 2.2 seconds off the best time. Currently held by Ramdan Rosley, who's snatched the top spot back from Dekitiano Aldi. Piwat Patumios, Thai rider, formerly AP250 rider for Honda Racing Thailand, now in this class. I asked him in the pre-race press conference yesterday how different it was riding the Apache RR310 to riding a Honda CBR 250 RR, and he said it's the same. I wasn't convinced, but it was a kind of entertaining moment in the press conference. And there is Rusman Fadil. Stay with him, number 18. Nice helmet design too he's got. Flames on the front. It's hard to see, but he's doing a really good job there. 6th, 7th, just been bumped down to 7th by Tayo Sato. Arshan Rushdie, good outing for him. We haven't seen him on screen yet, the number 5, but the Singaporean rider, sole Singaporean, in 5th, 1.6 seconds off Ramdan's best time, which is 1:47.318. So very close comparable times between the AP250s and the TVS Asia 1 make. Another lap to be completed for Rusman. Last time around, his best lap, and he's put himself up into P2. Rusman Fadil. So we've got a potential upset for the regular riders here from the rider from Papua. He's up into P2. Ramdan Rosley has stretched a gap at the top. However, 1:47.3, he's a full 1.3 seconds faster than Rusman. Just going through there was Hiroki Ono, number 16. Look out for him. About the same age as Rusman, I think. Another one of the senior riders here, perhaps 30 or 31 years old, but with Moto3 experience, a lot of experience racing in Europe, and a wonderful rider to have in this championship to show the younger up-and-coming riders how it's done. There is Tayo Sato, number 12. Another really nice helmet design too for Tayo Sato. Reflecting to an extent his the hair colouring that he's wearing. If you see him on the podium this weekend, you'll see what I mean. Hiroki Ono has just moved up into top and moved within 0.9 of a second of Ramdan Rosley. So the cream rising to the top as we reach the closing minutes of this free practice 1 for the TVS Asia 1 make championship. And Warapong, talking about the cream, the defending champion, moves into 3rd place. Rusman Fadil still in 4th place ahead of regular riders and proven riders, Piawat Patumios and Deki Tiono Aldi and Arshad Rushdie. Tayo Sato, KY Ahmed and Darren Pop make up the top 10. These are, of course, bikes made by the Indian company TVS, second largest motorcycle manufacturer and huge supporter of racing in India. KY Ahmed, the best of the Indian riders on track right now, and also in the championship, where he sits in 7th position. So Hiroki Ono perhaps on a charge. There he is. No, he's looking around, so he's not charging. You do get bumped around. You could just see as he came off on the rumble strip. They really do rumble. So you are going to lose time and stability when you hit them. Let's see, he comes off, goes over them again, out of that really tight, challenging final left turn. He'll get another flying lap in if he wants it. Checkered flag will come out in 25 seconds from now as Hiroki Ono, the senior Japanese rider in this class, begins another lap into turn 2. Turn 3, the first left-hander. And then another left-hander, turn 4. And quick sprint up to this right-hander, which is turn 5. Another little sprint over again to the right. And there is Vorapong Malahuan, riding the number 1, deservedly so, as the defending champion. Best lap for him, 1:48.1. Third best time of this session. He'll be wanting to reassert himself. This lead of just 1 point in the championship won't be feeling very comfortable for the experienced and hugely talented Tai. Puts a lot back into the sport. He's led the development of this racing class. He has his own racing school for bringing on youngsters in Thailand. So definitely a rider that deserves his success, whichever way you measure it. And a ferocious competitor on race day. He takes the checkered flag, so that's his race done. That was his best lap of the session, 1:47.958, still third. Hiroki Ono jumps to the top as he completes his final lap. So everybody pulled out the stops at the end. Hiroki Ono jumped. He made 1.6 seconds to jump from being 0.8 behind to 1.8 ahead of Ramdan Rosli last time around. That's a warning shot for the rest of the field here at Mandalika for round 4 of the TVS Asia One Make Championship. Ramdan still has to complete his final lap, I think. But let's have a look at those results. Hiroki Ono with that brilliant late spurt, 1:46.4 to top the timesheets. Ramdan Rosli next up, 0.8 of a second behind him. Vorapong Malahuan in third. Fourth, brilliant performance from Rusman Fadil. Welcome to him as a wildcard. Tayo Sato 5th. 6th, local rider Deki Tiano Aldi, home hero. 7th, Piawat Patumios, the leading Thai rider. Arshad Rushdie from Singapore was 8th. 9th, KY Ahmed, again the best of the Indian riders. Darren Pop Tongyoi 10th. 11th, Fugo Tanaka. 12th, Kuin Ains Chang from the Philippines. Jagan Kumar, the Indian veteran, 13th. 14th, Muzakir Mohammed. Uncharacteristic position for him. Chiran Vishwanath in 15th. And we're going to take a short break and we'll be back with the first free practice session of the day for the ASB 1000, the superbike class. Lots to talk about there, so stay with us. We'll be back with you in about 7 minutes from now. So we'll see you then. You're watching the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship live from Mandalika Circuit on the Paradise Island of Lombok.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhance performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7.
Welcome back everybody to Mandalika in Lombok, Indonesia. This is free practice 1 for the ASB 1000 class. Plenty to talk about here. This is the beginning, of course, of the second half of the season. The first half saw a pendulum swing, really, with the rider on your screen now, Haruki Noguchi, gaining an early advantage with a double win in round 1. But then the advantage was seized from him by Markus Reiterberger, riding for Team 1XOX TKKR BMW, who took a double win at Sepang, and then a P2 and a P1 in Sugo. So the advantage coming into the second half of the season very much with Markus Reiterberger, with Haruki just about in second place, but snapping at his heels are defending champion Zakwan Zaidi, previous champion Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, Markus Reiterberger's teammate, and a resurgent Kasper Daniel Kasmayuddin, who for the first time in Sugo we saw coming through strongly. So lots to look at here, lots to talk about. This is a 40-minute session. We're just 5 minutes in, and I'm delighted to say I'm joined by Daniel Bogas.
Yeah, we're joining now here in Mandalika. Finally, it's been a long time coming, and it's a great circuit to be at. And what a class we're looking at now. And as you're mentioning with Markus, I remember in the first run, I started to think that maybe Markus wouldn't be so strong as what we've seen back in 2020 in that first run in Sepang. So it is an amazing comeback to form from Markus. In Buriram, he just seemed to struggle with the front, especially going into the last turn there. But we went to Sepang and Sugo, and Markus really showed who he is. So this is a track where I think it should favor the BMW and the Hondas. It's a long, flowy circuit, a lot of parts of the track where you can really use that horsepower. But everything can change when it comes to race day. And for now, Markus does lead the timing, 141.9. This is, of course, just the first flying lap. We do expect these timings to drop a little further. But for now, here's Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how we compare these bikes as the weekend unfolds around here. BMW, Honda, Yamaha. I think it's going to be fascinating to watch. I think this circuit will be a good one for the rider on your screen at the moment, Zakwan Zaidi. Always a threat, defending champion, of course. He's really had his work cut out this season, but he's remaining in touch. Having said that, I mean, that lead at the top of Markus Reiterberger is 26 points from Haruki Noguchi, and Haruki is only barely ahead of Zakwan Zaidi. So we'll know a lot more by the time we get to Sunday evening. But now many of these riders, including Zakwan, finding their way around for the first time. When we spoke with Markus at the press conference yesterday, he said, yeah, I haven't seen this, haven't been to this circuit before, but I've watched a few onboard videos and listened to the gear changes, so I'm pretty sure I know my way around.
I mean, that's
it. He's one of these riders that learns the circuit so well, and if you need evidence of that, look at Sugo.
Yeah.
First ever visit, and he absolutely crushed it.
I mean, the quality of Markus, like, you can really see that in the way that he can understand a track just from listening to the gear changes of onboard videos. And that's, I remember talking to a few riders, I never really understood it, but they really explained it as if they absorbed that information just from hearing where they upshift, where they downshift, and it's just a quality. And you can see already, at first Andy Farhad had a big advantage, and now Markus is taking it back. He's done a 138.515. He's clear by a second at the top.
Yep, so he's already on the move, just 8 minutes, less than 8 minutes into this first session. And Andy Farid also making a good early showing. So BMW, Honda, Yamaha, BMW, Honda, Haruki Noguchi we were just looking at in the pits. Haruki really needs to do something this round, otherwise his championship chance will slip away. He needs to do something about this rider on your screen now, the number 28, Markus Reiterberger.
Yeah, I was going to say that it's a bit unfortunate for Haruki this season. Early to middle of last season, we saw, I think, some of the best rides from Haruki, and yeah, we saw great specs of performance from him through Buriram, but I feel like this season just hasn't been what we expected from Haruki. I was purely expecting him to always be fighting at the top for the win, but it could be a factor of him having his crash last year, his injury. We do know that he was still fighting a bit of pain, but I truly did believe that Haruki will fight at the top, and I think this is not the end for Haruki. He will definitely find something special by Sunday, and I think he will still keep the championship well alive for himself. We know him; he never gives up, and he's such a quality rider.
That's right, and he's coming into this weekend with a morale boost from having finished third in the Suzuka 8 Hours last weekend. I mentioned the resurgent Kazma Daniel. It was his rookie season last year. We saw him get better and better and better until he became one of the riders most definitely to beat. And then somehow he just didn't gel in the first few races of the season. And then he came back and reminded us who he is with a win in Sugo. But Markus Reiterberger has just extended his advantage at the top, 137.567. So he's now 1.6 seconds ahead of Andy, who's the best of the rest.
Yeah, it's not to say that Andy's not fastest. Andy's doing a brilliant job. In his rookie season, he's been contesting at the top 3, and now he's doing a great job in second place. And yeah, it is a home race for Andy. It's in his home country, so Andy will definitely be looking to get a good result. But speaking of Yamaha there, Kazma, yeah, it's been a tough season for him. We saw him brilliant, especially towards the end of the last season. But just towards for the early first and second round that we had, it seemed that Kazma just wasn't getting the right setup with his bike. We have no doubt in his quality, but he just seemed to struggle to get those final extra tenths that he needed to be at the top. I think, yeah, definitely back in Sugo could be a potential game changer for him. It could be that little boost that he needed, and hopefully they can find the right setup this weekend. It is once again a circuit that I personally feel it's handed to the advantage of the Hondas and BMWs, but we know the Yamaha box can always bring out something special, and I think they might do that this weekend.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Yuki Ito for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing has just put himself less than a tenth behind Andy Farid. So that's interesting. His teammate Kazma, a long way adrift. He ran off wide while we were talking about him. So sorry about that, Kazma.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, yeah, Yuki is doing a good show right now with the Yamaha. So definitely we can expect Kazma to be up there. So it looks to be setting up a good fight between second down to fifth. We'll have to see as this session progresses, because it is the first session that they're coming out. For many of them, it's the first time riding here in Mandalika. So it's a learning curve.
Yeah, and Markus Reiterberger staying on track, and looks like he's about to complete another lap. And it was interesting listening to the views of Ibrahim and Azroy earlier about this circuit. Ibrahim chose Sector 1 as the most difficult part. It is one of those. Who is that just off there?
That's the new walkout, Sama Mariai. Looks
okay.
like bike issues for him.
Okay, so Sama in for... Sama is in for Ant West, isn't he? Ant West not making it for this round, despite the proximity to Australia.
Yeah, it's a shame. We would have loved to see Anthony West here, but for now, we have another rider replacing him, Osama. But it looks unfortunate. It looks like there's a issue for him early on in the session. Let's hope that he can get the bike fixed and running for potentially the rest of the session, if not in free practice too.
And nothing at all really from Haruki Noguchi yet.
He's come out a couple of times, but both occasions he's gone back in. So I think still something not right with the setup perhaps. Maybe they expected a little bit different and the result is not the same.
Yeah, I mean, running up to the race, he's been keeping a pretty low profile. I haven't seen him at all, and I usually do the day before. But hopefully he's getting himself together.
Yeah, I think he's really realized that this is crunch time, that this is where he needs to focus 110%. It's the final few rounds left in this championship.
Yeah.
So he needs to get those results.
This is the first we've seen of Aslan Shah, currently lying 7th. Is that a new helmet design for him, by the look of it? Yeah.
He was very proud of it. Saw it a couple of weeks back. Finally a new Aslan Shah design. But yeah, it's not been an easy morning so far for Aslan Shah. He's down by about 4.8 seconds. Sorry, 3.7. So he needs to find a little bit more. It's been a tough season as well for Aslan. He's had rotten luck in qualifying. In Buriram, started dead last, but fought all the way back up to the top 3 positions. In Sepang as well, similar story. So yeah, luck.
Some interesting body language. Sorry to interrupt Daniel in the pits there, but that was a very open gesture there by Marcus Reiterberger.
What could he be signaling with that gesture?
I mean, given the relative positions on the timing screens at the moment, I wouldn't like to hazard a guess really. But yeah, Marcus has definitely opened it up.
Zakwan's just improved.
Yeah. So you can see the cream rising to the top. Let's say with the defending champion putting himself within some reach. So Daniel is going to make his way off to pit lane to bring us some insight from there. We're back on the circuit with Andy Farides-Deha, who's been among the fastest riders on track since the start of this 40-minute session. We're now just about 16 minutes into it. There he is, the number 23 Indonesian. He's ridden around here previously on a 600. This is his first time on a superbike, so really a formative session for him as well. No real home advantage, you could say, for Andy. Marcus, Zakwan and Andy, the first 3, all were involved in the Suzuka 8 Hours last weekend. Marcus's team, I think, finished 6th for BMW Motorrad. Zakwan and Andy racing for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa were 7th. Their teammate was none other than Nakarina Tirapuvapat, star of ARRC Supersport 600. So it was great to see an all ARRC rider team doing so well at such a prestigious annual event. And here is Haruki Noguchi. He needs to pull something out this weekend. And you can be pretty confident that he will. STG is a superb team, well organised. We know it's a really quick bike that he's got. His skill, aggression, corner speed is all the ingredients are there. Let's hope he's going to put in a good few laps now, put a few good laps together, and get to know this circuit. The way he's swooping out and back into this corner, that is definitely turn 16. And left probably first gear for these super bikes through 16 and 17. And then blast down the straight, probably up to 5th gear. We haven't seen top speed data yet, but this is a 4.3 kilometer track with 17 turns on it. So top speeds won't be stunning. There he goes through turn 2 in this very challenging first sector. There is Zakwan, just been nudged down into 3rd on the timing screens by Andy Farid, who's got within 0.4 of a second of Marcus Reiterberger. So this is getting interesting, and we're not even halfway through the session yet. We haven't got sector times showing yet on the timing screen, so we're not sure how we're doing now, but it looks like a bit of healthy competition between teammates. Andy Faridis Dihar and Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing by Showa. Casper Daniel is continuing to improve. He's got within 2.5 seconds of Marcus's time, and that's good enough to put him in 5th place. His teammate Yuki Ito is 1.5 seconds quicker. Yuki Ito, best lap of 1:38.543. Zakwan completes another lap, 1:38.7, so showing really good pace, but just a few tenths off his best lap, as Haruki Noguchi goes past him at the start of this lap. And we're going to go down to Daniel in pit lane.
So we're down here in the Yamaha Racing Indonesia paddock with Aldi Satyamahendra. So Aldi, you've come off fresh after a World Supersport victory. I remember watching that race not long ago, and that was a fantastic result. So you come here now. Can you tell us a bit about the experience that you had there in the World Supersport?
Ya, saya sangat senang karena saya bisa mendapatkan podium pertama di World Supersport 300, karena itu juga pertama kali saya dan itu juga wildcard untuk saya. Ya, perasaan saya sangat senang dan untuk saya jadi percaya diri kalau saya bisa berada di sana.
So basically, Aldi was saying in Indonesian that was a wildcard for him there, and it was quite the experience, and it gave him an extra layer of belief. So Aldi, the second question would be, your wildcard here, and you were 6th fastest in FP1, and we're here in the beautiful Mandalika. What's your target?
Ya, untuk saya, untuk di wildcard ini saya bisa belajar lagi karena juga di R25 ini mendapatkan regulasi terbaru dan lebih kencang, dan ya saya mau untuk belajar aja sih.
Thank you so much, Aldi. So basically, Aldi was saying that for him as well, it's a learning curve coming here to Mandalika, and he's trying to find the right setup, and he's going to try his best. Thank you so much, Aldi. Good luck.
Many thanks, Daniel, who was there talking with Indonesian AP250 superstar, definitely in the making, if not already, Aldi Satyamahendra. We're back on track now with Haruki Noguchi, but while we were talking, listening to Aldi Satya, Andy Faridis Dihar took the top spot on the timing screen with a 1:37.821. Just about 100th of a second quicker than the best time of Marcus Reiterberger. So those two close together at the top, and then there's a gap of 0.9 back down to Zakwan. And behind Zakwan, just a few hundredths behind Zakwan, is Yuki Ito. So those four are really showing the best of the early form. Andy Farid, Marcus Reiterberger, Zakwan Zaidi, Yuki Ito. Those are the riders to watch. Kazma Daniel is the best of the rest, followed by Jakrit Swangsawat for East NJT. But they are a couple of seconds adrift from where they should be. Haruki Noguchi has just moved up as he completed that lap into 6th, although still 3 seconds slower than Andy Farid Izdiha, and really on a lap of under 140, the gaps you could expect to be much, much closer than that. And there for the first time on track is Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, the 2019 champion. That was the inaugural season for ASB 1000. And here he is on track, as Daniel was saying a few minutes ago. He hasn't had the best run of luck so far this season, but we have seen him back to good form in terms of his racing and results. Aslan currently 5th in the championship. 2 second places and a 3rd are his best results. Sorry, 2 seconds and 2 thirds. Those were at Buriram and Sepang. He did have a DNF which damaged his chances in Sugo, and a low point scoring position. So he is on 77 points. A few points behind Andy Farid. So by no means out of contention, Aslan Shah, for the 2023 championship, as he tips into this long turn 1. A lot of time on the right side of the tyre there before we've got a couple of lefts for turn 3 and 4. And back to the right. This is the area that Ibrahim Noureddin was talking to Nasher about earlier as being crucial to get absolutely right. Now he's into the second sector, which does open up. Going there, I believe, into turn 10. Yep, and into turn 11. Overtaking point, I imagine. We'll see during the weekend, coming into turn 10. And you can see just how nicely this circuit flows round as we stay with Aslan, drifting it out to the right, and then a long time on the right side of the tyre. This seems to be the line of choice, going out wide on this very tight spoon-shaped hairpin, and then left. Aslan comes across to complete another lap. We don't have sector time, so let's see what he's done this time. 1:39.259, so that is his best time. And we're going to go back down to Daniel in pit lane.
So we're down here at Yamaha Racing Indonesia again with another exciting rider, Ray Matsuoka. First of all, welcome to the Asia Road Racing Championship. And we would like to ask, you currently race in the Stock 600 in the All Japan Road Racing Series, but you're a wildcard here. So what made you decide to make your wildcard debut here in Mandalika for the Asia Road Racing Championship?
どう思います。今回松岡さんここに来てくれて、今回マンダリカにレーシングをやって参加してくれてどう思いますかって今回参加しているのが。
このような機会を与えていただいたヤマハの関係者の方々にとても感謝してますし、このチャンスをちゃんとつかめるように精一杯頑張りたいと思います。
Jadi menurut saya ini merupakan pengalaman pertama bagi saya untuk ikut balapan di sirkuit Mandalika ini. Ini merupakan pembelajaran pengalaman besar buat saya. Gitu. Okay.
So the three-way translation of that would be that it's his first time coming here, and it's a learning curve for him. So Yeah, what's the real target for this weekend for you?
今回参加してくれてどういう目的があるなんですかって、どういうターゲットとしてどういう思いますかって。
そうですね、初海外のレースになるんで、まずサーキットに慣れるところから、あと普段走っている全日本の、タイヤだったりサスペンションだったりと、違う異なるものになるので、そこをしっかり慣れて、まずは上位を狙っていけるように頑張っていきたいと思います。
Jadi ini merupakan pengalaman saya, karena pengalaman saya ini baru. Target saya untuk kali ini bisa untuk membiasakan terkait dengan ban, terus kemudian suspension. Setelah beradaptasi, mungkin akan saya kejar waktunya.
So the three-way translation again. So basically, what Ray was saying that he wants to first, it's his first time, so he wants to get used to the bike, get the suspension correct, get everything on the bike correctly, and then finally try and push forward. So thank you so much, Ray, and thank you so much for the translation. We'll see you guys on the track.
Thank you very much.
Great to hear there from Ray Matsuka, one of many non-Indonesian riders coming in for into the Yamaha Indonesia racing team as a wild card. So it'll be good to see what he can do. And there on your screen, Teo Yu Zhou, the Malaysian privateer. Him finding his way around here for the first time. First season in ARRC. Joe very much pushing himself to improve as a rider by coming into ARRC. Currently 11 seconds off the best time, which has been snatched back by Markus Reiterberger, who, while we were with Ray Matsuoka, came in and smashed in another really fast time, 1:36.426. And there is Jakrit Swangsawat making a stop in the East NJ Team racing team. Private team, but quite close to the Thai official factory team. Some front suspension adjustments there. And back with Teo Yu Zhou. Another challenge from him, first time at this circuit. As Daniel Bogers rushes up at a record time back to the commentary box after that interview with Ray Matsuoka. But interesting that Yamaha Racing Indonesia have got a few foreign riders as stand-ins.
Yeah, it's great to see that. I love the diversity that we're having. And yeah, being that this is the Indonesian round, it's a great opportunity for the Indonesian teams to show what they're made of, find the best talents that they can. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how this goes on going into race 1 and race 2. But for now, here we're looking at Teo Yu Zhou. He's not doing too bad of a job at 1:48.480. He's ahead of the wildcard in for Anthony West, Osama Mare.
Yeah, and there is Yuki Ito, who's standing in for the ailing Kemin Kubo, who's really had serious problems with arm pump, series of operations, still not fit and back in. So him and his teammate Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin there in the Yamaha Gen Blue pit. And there is Osama. Good to take a first look at him. Osama Mare, rider from the MSBK series, who you must know well, Daniel. I know him only slightly as a really enthusiastic and interesting racer.
Yeah, he's quite the character. I am surprised, however, that he chose Mandalika to make his wildcard debut, because as far as I know, the tracks that he's ridden in is in Middle East and in Sepang. So logically, the best place for him to do his wildcard would have been in Sepang, which is technically his home circuit now. So you can see that he will be struggling to find that setup, but we know Victor Racing, they go really well with in relationships with the riders. So I think he will be able to try and find a little bit more, because for now he's trailing from Tio Joe by 1.8 seconds. So a little bit more to be found.
Osama's been wanting to get into ARRC for a while. I remember him telling me at Sepang last year, the second race at Sepang, that he was really keen to come in as a wild card, and now he is at a brand new circuit, filling in for none other than Anthony West. So yeah, you've got to admire his grit for doing that.
Yeah, those are definitely big shoes to fill.
Absolutely. But just looking at the timing screen, Daniel, we got Marcus and Andy Farid clearly at the top. Everybody else behind that is some way off, you know, more than a second down, with Zakwan the best of the rest. And unfortunately we haven't got sector times in front of us, but I'd really love to see where the time is being won and lost, and where riders like Haruki Noguchi, who's 2.7 seconds off Marcus's best time, where he's losing that time.
Yeah, it really does make you wonder, because as of right now, if we were to make any predictions from what the time looks like now, it's Marcus Andy at the top, and you have this group between second all the way down to about 6th or 7th, and it's a real wonder as to where the time is being lost.
And at a short circuit like this, where you've got 136 laps, you'd expect the differences to be tenths and hundreds.
Yeah.
There are the two Yamaha Gen Blue riders back out. Kazuma just dipping inside his teammate, Yuki Ito, who's doing a really good job of standing in for the injured Kemen Kubo. Yuki had a 5th and a 6th, I think, in Sugo. Really good performance from him, including a really gritty one in the wet race.
Yeah, my initial thought was that yeah, Marcus would have the great upper hand, because potentially they would have gotten more data from the previous BMWs that have raced here. But if that was the case, we would see as well the similar results for Azan Shah, but it's just not come together for him yet. And yeah, it's just whether it's a matter of the gear ratio, or is it a tuning setup that's not been found by the teams yet, because the gap is quite significant for now.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that first section, I mean, I suspect the time has been won and lost in the first section. We saw Kazuma just have a little almost out of the seat moment there. But my guess would be that it's in the first sector. There's a lot of, I mean, you were talking about gear ratios, there's a lot of time probably in second gear for these bikes through sector 1.
Kazuma's bike looking like a wild stallion as it comes out of the corner.
Yeah, Yuki's bike also moving around, he really pushed it.
It seems like Kazuma, he's letting that front a bit more loose compared to Yuki, and that's where Yuki got just that better drive. And I think the wheelie control is probably cutting out some of the power for Kazuma there. So they'll have to try and sort that out. But this is more the section where I expect the Yamahas to be very good. They're shorter bikes, so they can make that sharp turn very nicely. But it just looks visually like Kazuma's having to fight that bike a bit more than he would like to.
Yeah, it does. And Andy Farid has narrowed the gap with Marcus Reiterberger. Still 7/10, which is a lot on a circuit of this length. But it does show you just how technical this circuit is, how technically demanding it is. Osama going through there just ahead of the two Yamaha Gen Blue R1s. Haruki Noguchi still 2.8 seconds off. So I didn't really expect the gaps to be quite so big here, because I saw Mandalika as a leveler.
Yeah.
Because it was first time for pretty much everybody.
And I did feel that this track has been balanced in such a way that you have certain sharp corners, you have your long flowy ends, and you have a nice good straight here and there. But yeah, the gap is really quite telling now, but Andy has actually closed the gap further, 0.377 seconds, so that's a great drop from Andy. He's the only rider that's within half a second of Marcus Reiterberger. For that matter, actually anywhere close to a second from Marcus.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, this is really impressive work from Andy Farid. And just shows you the quality of him. We asked him yesterday in the pre-race press conference what he thought the challenges of adapting to superbikes were, and he said he was surprised at how easily he took to it. He expected it to be more difficult than it was, but as we would say in back home in Britain, he's taken to superbikes like a duck to water. And the fact that he's only had one podium prior to this, which was a P2 in Sugo, that really belies how close he's been. He nearly won his first race in Superbike. But here is Marcus Reiterberger. See if he wants to stamp any more authority on this session. But that TKKR1XOX BMW really in good shape, and he's 3.7 seconds quicker going on best times between him and his teammate Aslan Shah, the 2019 champion. So we're still scratching our heads, so a little bit too hot there for Reiterberger. He runs off, so he probably won't improve his time. He's got one more flying lap. He goes through there. The checkered flag's going to come out in 25 seconds. So he will get another flyer in. Let's see if he goes for it. Looks like he might. It's an aggressive entry into turn one. Back onto the right side of the tyre. This is the sector where, for me at least, where the seconds are being won and lost. So when we catch a break a little later, I'm going to be diving into the timing results, the sheets, because we unfortunately don't have them on live timing. Haruki Noguchi improving, still 1.9 seconds off Marcus Reiterberger's time. Marcus #1 in the championship, Haruki #2 as we come into round 4 and the start of the second half of the season for the ASB 1000s. Marcus gets it right this time around into turn 16, crucial turn 16. And then the final, turn 17. Let's see how he does this time around. Oh, and he improves again, just to rub in his dominance, his very last time around. 136.108 to put himself more than half a second clear of Andy Farid Izdihar, and 2 seconds better than the rider in third, Zakwan Zaidi, the 2022 ASB 1000 champion. And Haruki Noguchi just behind him. We have another shot there, that is looking at turn 16. You can see the long entry and just how tight that turn is. Somebody's got a nice little vantage point there in the shed, nestling into the hillside there, just above the marshal's post. And there is the gorgeous blue Indian Ocean. So there it is, confirmed. Marcus Reiterberger on his very last time around, 136.108, the best lap of the session. over half a second clear of Andy Farid is the half for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa. Zakwan Zaidi, his teammate, 1 second adrift from him in third. Haruki Noguchi fourth, Yuki Ito fifth. Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, Marcus's teammate, in sixth. Jakrit Swangsawat, 139.9, his best time in seventh, just ahead of Kazma Daniel Kazmayadin for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing. Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports, 142.9 in ninth. Joe Yujo, 10th, and the debutant for the class, standing in for Anthony West, Osama Murray, in 11th place for Victor Racing MLT Yamaha. So enjoy the view. And this is Kazma, who ran off into the gravel. Let's just take a look and see exactly what happened. He got onto the runnable strip. That was enough to take the front away from him on turn 5. And the sparks fly as the bike goes across the asphalt that leads on to the gravel trap. Kazma with the chest protection having inflated, marches off superhero style, but the marshals will quickly get him out of the gravel and back around. So we're waiting for Marcus Reiterberger to return to the pits so that Daniel Bogers can have a word with him and see what he can extract from the German championship leader and the leader of Free Practice 1 for the ASB 1000 class. We'll see the superbikes on track another twice before the day is done. We've got a few messages coming in from race control, nothing significant there. So let's just enjoy the view for a moment while we wait for Daniel to catch up with Marcus Reiterberger. The rider that impressed most, apart from Marcus of course, in that session was Andy Farid. A little bit of previous track experience, but only a practice session on a 600. But still the mystery remains of why. And Daniel's ready with Marcus.
So Marcus, you're the fastest here in Mandalika in the first session, 136.1. I think you've definitely set the benchmark. Can you tell us what you like about the circuit and what you dislike?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm first time here in the racetrack, but as in Sugo, I like a lot. I get used to the track very fast. I watched some onboard videos from different riders, and yeah, I feel okay. The track is amazing. The only problem in the moment is that it's very dirty. Also the ideal line, there are a lot of I don't know, oil resistant, I don't know, powder. So, but the grip is there. Apart from this ideal line, the grip is not so good, but I think this is normal. And yeah, a lot of things to improve on the bike. I think first session was to learn and improve by myself. There's still a lot of potential. The track is so bright, so wide, you can easily choose a lot of lines. So I have to adjust and get better. And also for the bike, we have to improve because the turning, I really miss something.
So just off camera, we were talking about the WSBK timing, 132. Do you think that's going to be possible for you?
32, I think will be very difficult. But we have to compare race tires and qualifying tires. And I think the World Superbike first practice was also 36. So I think the track will improve and we will improve as well. So let's see how far we can go.
Thank you so much, Marcus. Good luck for the rest of the weekend.
Bye.
And you heard it there, and that solved the mystery of what the body language, the open arm gesture was from Marcus Reiterberger in the pits, and it was just how wide the track was. But interesting comments from him. We're going to take a short break before we come back for the next session. We'll be coming back with the Underbones, who will be out for their second free practice session of the day. So stay with us, and we'll be back with you very shortly. You're watching the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 4 from PERTAMINA Mandalika International Circuit.
Turun siap. Satu lagi.
You're back on track with us for the second free practice session of the day for the Underbone 150s. They, of course, opened proceedings this morning, and it was Waiwaji Trilaksana, the defending Underbone 150 champion, who led the way for his new team, Racetech 60 Racing. His best time was a 154.585, about 0.4 of a second faster than Wawanwela. And next up was Gupita Krishna, then Aditya Fauzi, who's in for as a second rider in Waiwaji's Racetech team. Dimas Juliet Moko was next. I'm just keeping going until I find a non-Indonesian rider. Murabul Patoni was sixth. Fastest non-Indonesian rider was Fisa Rofa in this morning's session. They found their way around, cleaned up the track a little bit, no doubt. As I was running around the track after the press conference yesterday, and as the sun was going down, there was a truck going around dragging a huge duster on a big pole behind it, and there was a lot of dust coming off. Yeah, there are a lot of those patches of where there have been oil spills, but they're completely weathered in. Like the nerd that I am, I bent down and touched every one of them, and there's nothing loose there at all.
Yeah, I think that's comforting for Marcus, who was wondering about that. But yeah, they've done a good job to make sure that the track is in great condition. But yeah, in this AP250 class right now, we're looking at Herjan Anafridaus. Fantastic rider he is, and he looks comfortable. I think we can expect almost every round that the Astra Hondas are going to be really strong, but I think there will be a surprise this weekend.
Yeah, he's most definitely the form rider, particularly for Astra Honda. First season in AP250s. Last year he came good towards the end, and he's just kept building on that. He sits third in the championship, but with Vida Ega Pratama, who is in second, being arrested for this one to give Mandip, the young rider, who we saw last year score a second place at Sepang in the Underbones. So Vida Ega has stepped aside, but no doubt he will be retained for this class next year, if I'm reading the Astra Honda strategy correctly. Good to have camera on board with Herjan. So now we're going into the second turn. We start off with two right turns. Left here. This is a crucial section of the track.
Oh, we have a red flag, unfortunately.
And that's one of the Bunsu Hondas down. That is Irfan Heikel, who's down, and his bike's in the middle of the track. So unfortunately, that is a compulsory red flag.
So let's see what happened here. Oh, he just gone over the rumble strip, and he just thrown him off the bike. Oh, that's unfortunate for Irfan. Young talent on the rise, but he looks alright. Yeah, he's got him back up, so that's the most important thing. But that is why we have the red flag. Bike in middle of the track. It's just unfortunate, yeah, that curb that can catch you off if you go wide.
Yeah, and those rumble strips really do rumble. They're pretty deep.
So there you go, red flag being waved. I think the session should resume in a few minutes after the riders have gone back to pit lane and they've cleared the bike from the track. So do stay with us as we wait for the session to resume for the AP250 free practice.
This should hopefully just be a short delay while they get that Honda out of harm's way. So I imagine as the riders come in, they'll keep their helmets on. Great viewing galleries there. I mean, can you imagine? You can see absolutely everything from there.
I was just going to say, you could see the ocean far and wide. You can see the track and everything. It's just a fantastic location. Yeah, look at that. That's the view that we're talking about. You can see the beach and the ocean just, I think, about 100 meters out from the track.
Yeah. I think No more than
A bit more, yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous. What a place to build a racetrack. I mean, it does mean it's windy. It does mean you get sand blown onto the surface, which can make grip conditions pretty sketchy. But it is fabulous for the likes of us to be able to sit here and literally breathe it in.
It really takes your breath away. It's one of the most beautiful locations. I think it is the most beautiful location for a circuit. I think the only one that comes close to this would be perhaps Phillip Island.
Yeah, which is further south, not quite as welcoming a climate as this one, but yeah, in terms of being spectacular, I absolutely agree. And what a contrast to Sentul, just outside of, well, about 50 kilometers outside of Jakarta. Total contrast to that too. Oh, look at that.
Absolutely gorgeous.
That explains why there are so many surf shops around the hotel.
I was gonna say, it really shows, it really explains why so many people just come to Lombok just for the surfing aspect. It is just a magnificent place.
There you go. Siga Beach. This is Kuta on the south side of the island, so it is the it is next to the Indian Ocean. The north side is the Bali Sea.
What amazes me is how different each angle looks. You have one part that just looks beautiful, tropical. You have another part that looks like this, looks almost like it's in the desert. Another part looks like a rainforest. It's amazing what we have here. Another great thing is we already have crowds coming in, so we love to see that. We expect a good crowd here in Indonesia, as always.
Yeah, it's a little more out of the way. Sentul, we used to see some fantastic crowds. But of course, we're on an island here, so it is a bit more of a trek, a bit more expensive. You haven't got the the local population around it, but let's see. It would be great. We know there's a lot of holiday makers there, staying around, daydreaming there from Hergen.
He looks like he just wants to get back on the bike and set the time.
Yeah.
Well, in the first flying laps, we've had Wahyu Nugroho, who's at the top at 148.558. Aldi Satya at 148.7, and finishing the top three is Herjan Atna. Reza Danica, he was in fourth. Mohamed Chandra, he's in fifth. Irfan Ardiansha, he was in sixth. So these are all riders who have just completed their first flying lap.
Yeah, Chandra this morning was 8th. The 149.
Yeah, there we have it. Green flag being waved. So the session will resume. For now, we're watching all the riders as they come out of their respective pit boxes. And of course, our eyes will be on many of the Indonesian riders. You know, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, they've come strong. They've got Aldi Satya, as we mentioned earlier, fresh off a World Supersport victory. And it was such a brilliant ride. So he's going to bring in some real quality into this weekend. But the Astra Hondas have just been so strong all throughout the season. So it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds. But not only that, we have the Honda Thailand. They've been pretty strong from the get-go. And I think they will have something to say.
Yeah, there's the 212 machine, the number being run by Chandra this weekend, the 14-year-old. Yeah. Yeah, it was Chandra, if you recall, that scored a very emotional podium at Sepang in 2022. I seem to remember him being about 12 years old at the time. No, he's 14 anyway.
Now that was a great scene. I remember him straight away in tears as he got off his bike, and wow, what a moment that was for such a young rider.
Yeah, he got a piggyback back to his session. I remember it really well. I remember sitting in the commentary box. You and I wiped the tears from our eyes. Emotional scenes. My goodness, there's a pink set of leathers on a pink bike. So Barbie has arrived at Mandalika. But apart from that, we've got a couple of the Motul Sniper manual tech Kawasaki's. And that is the 33 machine, which is Liu Junmei, the rider from what we call
And there was a bike there just being wheeled off.
Okay, how's it sound now? I haven't done anything to it. Breaking up. Really? It's only, I'm almost kissing it, so I'm not sure what the problem is. I'll just whip it off and wiggle the wires around and see if that improves it. What happened to our nice new ones? Nice new ones in Suda. Let me see.
For now, just 20 minutes left in this AP250 free practice 2 session. You can see the green flags being waved, saw the bike being wheeled off. Now just looking at the Motul Sniper Tech Kawasaki's there as they go around. Irfan not doing a bad job at all. He's up at 6, 1.1 seconds down from Wahyu Nugroho. Then we have Aiki Yoshi as well in 8th. So this group is not really spread up by much. So it's looking to set up a pretty good race for this weekend.
And I enjoyed watching these two riders on screen this morning. Ray Ratakuri, a very warm welcome back to him, and with his teammate Felix Putra. And they finished up. Ray Ratakuri was 7th in free practice 1, and Felix was 11th. So very competitive, and the team they're running with is Ray Racing Speed 222. So no prizes for guessing that this is a team that's been put together by the great Ray Ratakuri. So it's great to see him back in this championship, and his teammate Felix, when interviewed earlier on, he looked really delighted to be here, really happy, and so I think we can expect both of these riders to show well during the course of this weekend. It is Yamaha at the top at the moment. Wahyu Nugroho, number 89, first from Aldi Satcher.
Yeah, look at these two riders. Felix Putra, he's a popular rider from around these parts, and just saw that he's been racing in the Mandalika racing series, so he will be very familiar with this circuit. So I think it's a great rider to have on the race team. I'll be looking forward to see how this team progresses.
And yeah, without wishing to say the wrong thing, he's obviously a lot younger than Ray Ratakuri, so it's a nice combination.
Yeah, it's one of those mentor and student situations almost, but
yeah, it looks like it. And we know what Ray Ratakuri is capable of. He's got one of the East NJT riders just going into turn 16 ahead of him. All right, so there's a bit of a Friday morning ride out going on here, but coming up behind them is Liu Chunmei from Manual Tech, and that pink bike. I want to get a really good look at that to see what the number is and who the rider is.
I think it's Alif Adam Shah. I'm not too certain, but I think that is an if we look close enough.
That's Ikiyoshi just going through. The pink rider is just behind. Where's the number? 96, yeah, okay.
Says Ali Farim Shah on the Honda CBR 250RR.
Yeah, so please ignore the rumours I put around earlier that Barbie was on track.
Well, he could still be celebrating the movie premiere. Could be a fan.
Yeah, could be. There's a lot of them around, that's for sure. But you know, another good wildcard in the mix is always welcome. And good to see the Yamahas performing well, just to mix things up a bit.
Yeah, I think this so far, even though it's just practice, but this is some of the best that we've seen from the Yamahas in the hands of Nugroho and Aldi Satya. So this is great to see, because it's been such a Honda dominant championship so far for the EP250 class. So this will mix things up.
Yeah, I mean the technical excellence of Astra Honda and the you know the brilliance of the riders too have taken them to where they are, along with consistency. They have only one DNF between them from the first 3 rounds. So that's astonishing consistency. That's Tanat, number 11, going through for Honda Racing Thailand. He featured well in the first session. He ended up 5th with the best time of 1:48.5. And now, just to get a marker, he's on 1:49.1. You'd expect the track to be cleaning up by now. The track temperatures aren't going to be excessive here. I would guess, having touched the tarmac late yesterday, that probably 40 degrees or something like that.
Yeah.
That was late afternoon after absorbing a bit of sun, so it's probably not there yet.
I must say, it's a really impressive time from Cal Vietnam. He's up into 4th. And we know how much work they've been putting in to get their results, and from just trying to score more points, he's now into the top 4, and that's a great time. Well, now 5th, just being pushed down by Ray Ratukore, who's gone up into 2nd.
Look at that. So the top 4 riders are on Yamahas. Wayu Nugroho, Ray Ratukore, Aldi Satya Mahindra, and Ferozi Torakatula.
That is a very interesting change. Would have never expected here to be a Yamaha top 4, but this is really, really good for the championship.
Yeah, it's too early to call it as a swing of the pendulum, but that's definitely making things interesting. Yeah, Hergen, the top Honda, in 5th. It has to be said he's less than 0.4 off the best time of Nugroho. Tightly packed. The first 12 are covered by 0.9 of a second. 12th, Muklada, who was 4th this morning. Her best time, just a few references here, 1:48.4. Best time now, 1:49.4, so a second off. We're just past the halfway point in this session.
Well, this is an impressive group. I mean, there's less than a second between the top 12, as you mentioned, and this will set up some really good racing. But then again, setups can change, so this could spread out further. But for now, it's looking really exciting. And yeah, 4 Yamahas at the front, followed by 5 Hondas and then 2 Kawasaki's.
Yeah, I expect the Kawasaki's to move up a little bit. Irfan and Ikiyoshi have both been close to the front, but there he goes. Irfan up into 5th as we speak. Thank you.
Right on cue. Yeah, I mean, Irfan has been impressive this season. He's just been unable to find that finishing touch, but he's always been there.
Yeah, in his earlier 250 appearances, he was always championship contention. And he's been very much in the mix here. A little bit too spiky perhaps at times. He's got one disqualification, which I think he picked up for some last corner shenanigans at Buriram. But it just reflects his determination. And there he is. So the top 5. Oh, Muqtadar is the best Honda now, and she's 6th, but only 0.34 off the best time. So this is going to be nice and tight. And as you were just saying, Daniel, I can't wait to see what kind of races we're going to get served up from the AP250s.
Yeah, now the top 13 are just spread out by 0.905 seconds, so it's a really tight pack that we have. And yeah, it's a great improvement from Muqtada. She was just a few minutes ago down in 12th. She's gone up in 6th, just 0.3 seconds down. Cal Vietnam still holding on there, just 0.496 seconds in 8th.
Yeah, he's a rider you always want to have in your top 10 if you're into sports betting. Top 10 finishes. He's finished every race this season. That makes all the difference. That's why he's in a decent championship position. So we're looking, having a look there at Muqtada, number 44. Katisak Singapong in as a teammate this time. Number 149. Honda Racing Thailand. They've been experimenting with different riders this season.
I'd say it is impressive from Mehmet Kiandra. He's running in 10th. He's been looking for the top 10 just now, and he's in 10th. He's just 0.6 seconds from the top. So for the young rider, he's just so impressive every time we see him.
Yep, and there's Chinese rider. The sole Chinese rider in this class, but a very welcome one. Yong Nan-zi. Best lap for him, 152.8. So learning experience for him. They get no real racing experience in China, just track days at Zhuhai.
Seems to be a bit wobble there for him, so they'll have to work that out when they get back into the pit box. Yeah, it's great to see some diversity in this championship. We hope to see him improving and coming together into the points fighting positions, especially with Victor Racing. They're a determined group.
They certainly are. A storied team indeed for ARRC.
Cal Vietnam, he's just gone up into 3rd. He's just 0.262 seconds away from Reginat Nafridas, who's gone up into 1st.
Yeah, I haven't seen or spoken to Cal Vietnam yet, but my guess would be that he's raced Asia Talent Cup here before. So perhaps a bit of track experience helping. Let's see. They've got another session after this one to do. Let's see if that advantage increases or reduces. But that's so far, with 8.5 minutes remaining of this session, that's impressive stuff from Cal Vietnam. Hergen back at the top now. So Honda starting to reassert itself. Razor has come back up into 4th. They were languishing in the second half of the top 10, uncharacteristically, those guys. But as the minutes tick by, you could expect them to improve. Another bit of instability there coming into turn 16. Saw there for Yong Nan-zi. So, as you said, Daniel, a little bit of work for the team to do when he gets back in.
Yeah, it's a good spread of manufacturers that we have. We have from the top, Honda, Yamaha, Honda, Yamaha, Yamaha, Kawasaki, and then 4 Hondas.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a decent spread. Often the Yamahas seem to be missing, but they're definitely not now. So what have we got here? We've got one of the 3 East NJT Hondas there. Let's see if we can catch who it is. That's number 25. So that's Watcherin Tubtimon. He's definitely been here before in the Asia Talent Cup. And I'm not sure about his teammate, Watcherin his teammate. Help. Warwick. Right, Tong Nabakun, to give him his full name from memory. Muqtadar's just led this group across the line. She's now back down in 9th with a 1:48.9, so she hasn't bettered her best time from this morning, which was a 1:48.4. Ferozi Torakatula leading that group through. She's got one of the Bunsu Hondas in it and Watcher in. And there is, who's that runoff? That I think that's Aiki.
Aiki, yeah.
Yeah.
So Aiki looking like either he's looking for a toe or he'll be exiting on this lap back to pit lane. It looks like he's just started putting pedal to the metal, so he'll be going out for a few more laps. Just 6 minutes left in this session. And there's Watcher in right behind Ferozi. Just a bit of coasting going on. Taking in the sights perhaps.
Yeah. Irfan yesterday said one of the things he liked about this track was the view. He said you could go fast and it's got a nice view, and I asked him to clarify, was he talking about when he was racing? And he said yes. So there you go, the coolest guy in ARRC.
The fact that he can have the time to take in the sights while racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that looked like an issue for one of the Yamahas there actually. Perhaps just adjusting the brake lever, but for now we're following the same group. Got Watcher in here. Ferozi should be somewhere in the back here. Yeah, there goes Ferozi. Then here's Ali Satya, number 57.
Yeah, Watcher in currently 1.6 seconds off the pace. There's Kiatisak going very wide there on. Oh, very wide, and that's why it's coming into pit lane. Pit entry is just if you naturally run wide at turn 16, then you'll just duct yourself neatly into the pit entry. Muqtadar leads that group across, down in 9th, 0.8 of a second adrift of Hergen's time. Hergen has a 0.4, almost 0.5 advantage over YU Nugroho. And Cal Vietnam tantalizingly close to him.
I wonder if Aldi Satya was to win here in this round, will he be allowed to smash his windshield again?
Maybe, let's see. But Aldi Satya winning here this weekend, you wouldn't bet against it.
But then again, everyone in the top 10 right now, they look like they have the potential to take this victory. So this weekend is going to be really, really interesting for the AP250 class. There's not one manufacturer that's looking stronger. That's everyone just mixed up. But there is a slight advantage to Hergen Natna for now. 0.4 seconds, nearly half a second ahead of YU Nugroho in second. So Hergen definitely with the advantage.
Yeah, and I just think that Aldi's one of those riders that's been touched with the special brush. So I wouldn't put it past him to really get amongst there, or at least appear on the podium this weekend. I mean, those Hondas are so strong. You have to listen to yourself and hesitate a little when you say that. But we haven't seen him for a little while because of injury. But he is a wonderful rider, and still only 16 years old.
It's really a talent on the rise. Mohamed Ferozi, he's just gone up into second now. So he closes the gap between himself and Hergen by, now it's only 0.365.
Yeah, so once again, Ferozi asserting himself as one of the quickest 250 Yamaha riders we've got in this series. Muqtadar and Tana, the two regular riders for Honda Racing Thailand, running together there. Watcher in, former teammate. There's definitely a close link between Honda Racing Thailand and East End NJT. There goes Tana.
No, it just got them running in the pair, Muqtada and
well, they were.
So it's Tana, yeah. Muklada just pulled away from this large group now once again. This group has as well Aldi Satya.
Yeah, Muklada should get one more flying lap in if she gets herself a bit of clear track. Her nature will mean she won't want to finish 9th.
Yeah, now here we're following Aldi again. He's got a few riders accompanying him. In front of him he's got Tanat, who's still leading the way for this group. Behind Tanat is Wacharin. No one really making any impressions in the timing. The last change that we've had in top 10 was Mohammad Fairuzi going up into 2nd. So as they come across now, this should be the final lap that they have in this free practice 2 session. Aldi Satya just improving up into 4th. So he just goes up now just 0.434 seconds behind Herjanatna. Identical time to Wahyu Nugroho.
Yeah, they were running together and they scored an identical time. As you said, the difference must have been in tens of thousands. And what's what we just got here? That wide asphalt runoff means that we haven't seen many riders in the gravel today.
It does give riders that extra room for error, and it is nice to have. I think even Marcus earlier, he was mentioning that you can take so many lines with how wide the track is, and yeah, it makes it a bit more interesting. So it's a great job that they've done that. I think the riders enjoy it as well.
Yeah. By the way, well done for cracking the code of what that wide arm gesture meant that he did to Aslan in the pit. Well done, Daniel.
Right, yeah, that's probably what he meant then, yeah.
Yeah, the width of the track, so that would take a bit of getting used to.
Yeah. So for now, we do have these two Kawasaki's, Irfan and Aiki. Just behind them is Muklada. I think she did start the flying lap on the previous lap after the last turn, so there should be a decent lap time from Muklada.
She's being held up.
Yeah, she just makes it past Aiki there, and Irfan also giving way. So it's almost like Irfan had rearview mirrors.
Yeah, we wouldn't normally expect that from the way that Irfan rides. Aggressive character that he is on track. Absolute gentleman off it.
Ooh, that is an improvement
so
from Muklada.
Yeah, that's it.
148.481. She goes up into 3rd right at the end of the session. It's a great time for Muklada. You could see she was really on it, and I think if she wasn't held up by Aiki initially, I think that could have been even slightly faster.
Yeah, she could have got, perhaps beaten Ferozi's time. Herjanatna certainly seemed to earn his spot at the top. He's held that for a long time. 0.3 of a second advantage. And the first 10 basically covered by a second here. 10th, shout out for Alif Adiamsha for being in that 10th place. Kiandra this time, just a few thousandths behind him. So let's take another look at the ocean. It looks like the wind might be coming up. Surf's up.
Yeah, the waves do look bigger now.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, look.
Beautiful.
I'm not a surfer, but now I wish I was. Look at that one.
Yeah, that one coming in there.
Look at that wave breaking. Oh, better than Instagram. So let's get some confirmation here of the lap times in that free practice 2 session for the AP250s. Here we are, confirmed. Herjanatna Firdaus for Astra Honda Racing Team, 148.079. Next best was for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Ferozi Torakatula. Muklada with that did really good fast, aggressive lap. 3rd, 4th, Wahyu Nugroho. 5th, Aldi Satya Mahendra. Lots of Yamahas in this top group. Cal Vietnam 6th, great session from him. Reza Danica RNs, quiet by his standard in 7th. Ray Ratakure, number 222 in 8th. And as we wait for 9th to come up, that was Irfan Ardiansha for Motul Sniper Manual Tech. Alif Adiamshah, shout for him in pink for Gordon Race Tech. Takisawa TDR Repsol LFN, I wish I hadn't started that. Kendra Ramadeepa for Astra Honda was 11th. 12th, Tanak Longpliao. 13th, Kitisak Singapong for Honda Racing Thailand. New in for them, Aiki Yoshi, 14th. 15th, Felix Putra. 16th was Wacharin Tuptimad. 17th, Kamin Samakintul. 18th, Ilan Hakimi. Nitian, Chinese rider for Victor Racing, was 19th. 20th, Warwick Tong Nopakun. 21st, Longnang Tse, 151.6, best time for him. Irfan Haikor in 22nd. Yu Chun Mei was 23rd. Chihiro Ishii for SDG MS Hawk Pro, 24th. 25th, Nguyen Duc Tan. 26th for Honda Racing India, Mohsin Paramban, and Panchapon Jarum Dikun for East NJT Racing Team was 27th. Nice big full field there for the AP250 class. That brings us just about up to what we call a lunch break. I'm never quite convinced with the way that the schedule can be changed by red flags and so on, but let's just take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day. So, next up will be free practice 2 for Supersport 600s coming up at 1 o'clock local time. That's in 1 hour from now, so that actually is a lunch break.
A proper one, rarely for us. And yeah, so yeah, for today we just have the practice 2s across all categories, and then the practice 3s for AP250, Supersport 600s, and the ASB 1000 class. Tomorrow we begin with the qualifying sessions, and that will be interesting, but this is what it looks like for today. Plenty of action coming soon, and yeah, it's going to be quite a telling afternoon.
So if you're on Lombok, go and grab some fresh air and a little bit of sunshine perhaps, and have your lunch, and we'll do the same, and we'll be back with you at 1 o'clock local time for the second free practice session for the Supersport 600s. We're at Mandalika for round 4 of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you later.